Sweet. All right, back at it. Another day. And we have a lot to do. Let's make sure the microphone is in the right spot. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. This is gonna be annoying. I have unsigned integers, but they could theoretically underflow. Let's see. I could convert them to ints, I suppose. All right, sweet. Ooh, I just seg faulted. Why? That's weird. Interesting. Stack Overflow. Oh, is it calling recursively? I guess that could make sense. Interesting. Yeah, it's like not deleting itself. That's odd. I need the names of these. Yeah, it's just calling itself like recursively, infinitely. That's odd. I can make it skip itself, but it shouldn't have to. Let's see. That's so odd. Why is it calling itself recursively like that? Interesting. Hey, how's it going? It's basically a Terraria clone. The gameplay is not going to be like Terraria too much, but visually hard to escape the comparison. Right now I'm trying to work on the block update system. So when you break a block, it should update, trigger an update for all the surrounding blocks. But right now I seem to have some sort of circular recursion going on with that. As you can see, it just crashed when I did that. I'm trying to figure out why. It's see, it skips itself and then tries to delete itself or something, which is really weird. This isn't even the correct I mean, I could just early out on this. So this kind of works, but it's actually not working as I expect it to. Where's the grass? There it is. When I break these blocks, the grass above it should be deleting itself because of this function here. But it's not, which is really weird. So let me figure out what's going on. When you remove a block, it triggers the update. So let me just debug this. And then it starts Yeah, there kind of is a system like that. I have an update. I call it like an update cache. And it sort of registers itself in that. All right, I'm actually not. Okay, here we go. So I delete this. And I think this trigger, let me turn this off actually, for now. Where's the function for that? So remove the block, and then it starts iterating from that range down. Shifts over. That skips this one, so it skips itself. And then the tall grass function should go. So this should match up. Yeah, so the tall grass triggers its update. Oh, but the coordinate is wrong. Oh, interesting. Did I just pass the wrong coordinate to that? I must have. Let's see. Oh yeah, duh, obviously. Yeah, I'm back at it again. I'm always on the grind. Two days in a row, that's a new record. All right, I think this actually works now. Is it like my microphone clipping? I'm like getting weird clipping when I talk into it. All right, let's see. We can remove a lot of this debug spam. I think it's gonna work now. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, sorry, I missed your message. I'm deep in concentration here. All right, here we go. Yeah, so when I delete these blocks, it's kind of hard to see because I have a background layer going too. But if we put the grass up here and I delete these, now it deletes the grass too, which is nice. So that now if I want like a block to have some sort of update rule, I can just enforce that through these little functions. So like this is to delete, I guess, plants that need a supporting block. And then this function here, I'm going to make it so if there's like a grass block and then you place a block directly above it, it gets converted to dirt. So let's see. So read that, and let's see. So if this block isn't grass, then we'll just return because that doesn't make any sense. And the above block is one above it in the same layer. Let's do that. So now we check. All right, this function should turn grass into dirt. I just have to assign it to grass. That's glass. Need grass. So in theory, if I put a block above grass, okay, it didn't work. Nice. Why didn't that work? If this was return, actually. Here, let's just test it like this first. All right, we have a problem. It's not calling that function. Let's see. Is it my right function? Oh, not equal to grass. That's probably why. Yeah, there we go. Why is this block showing as darker? That's odd. I actually want the rule to be a bit more complicated than that because there's some situations where you don't want that to be true. Like if I put glass above grass right now. Okay, that does work. Let's see. Like if I put this block above the grass, then obviously you don't want to turn it into dirt. It's only when you have like a full block above that it should turn to dirt. So I can assert that as a rule. So if block So now that does it. Eventually I need to fix this chunk generation thing of the trees like cutting off at the chunk boundaries. Which is not ideal. Alright, the next thing I'm going to get working is the block detail layer. Because right now the blocks are just their base, I guess, sprite. Like the dirt, every dirt block just looks the same. So I have a detail layer that should render on top of them. So I'm going to work on getting that in. I have the data for it already sort of set up. I just need to actually get the rendering part working. But let me look at this. I need to get the sprites first. So I need this. Yeah, so I have these little like sprites that should attach to blocks. And they're like randomized. So let's see. Oops. All right, here it is on every single block. Now that should actually draw beneath them, so I need to set the depth. That's still above. Is it minus? It's hard to tell actually. We need some more sprites. Let's see, what else do I have? And then I need to like randomize their positions too, but let's actually make this a bit better. Yeah, my day is good so far. A nice chill Sunday. Trying to be productive. At least for a bit of it. How's your day going? Let's see. Nice. Yeah, I hate working on web dev, personally. I try to avoid working on my website as much as possible. Alright, depth. So I'm actually going to delete these. I don't know, I'll keep them. All right, in theory, oh no, what happened? Block hash. Doesn't have access to that, what? Oh, it should be at the top. Somewhere. I need like a good spot for my static functions. So why was this indent using spaces? It's odd. Okay, I think their positions are randomized. Except it needs to be a bit more complicated than this. Let's see. We need to account for these like micro block shapes as well. Because the blocks are like full blocks, but then there's also the steps. So the little root piece should either be on this portion of the step. I wish I could move my camera off of center. Like this portion or this portion. And let's see, how can I do that? Let's see, let's just max this by 0. Or let's see. It's like I need a function specifically for figuring out where these little detail sprites can go. So I'm actually going to center these. Or rather, let's see. Nice. Yeah, I've heard about that movie. I haven't seen it yet myself. Maybe I should go see it sometime. Let's see. action. Yeah, I don't like the way I'm doing this. Let's see. Surely there's a better way. This is a big line of code. Yeah, I should limit that by the height of the thing. Interesting. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Still not perfect, but it's getting there. I'm trying to make this code as branchless as possible because it's gonna like be running in the hot path for like every block that needs to render. So if it's just like some constant equation or some like non-branching code. So I'm trying to see if I can get rid of this branch too, but I'm not sure if that's possible. Well, actually, I don't need this condition here. Yeah. And now I basically have to write this function 4 more times for each direction, which is kind of annoying, but it's no big deal. So like this can actually be taken out. Because that's common. What else is common here? I think that's it. So like if we do the left detail now, it's basically this same logic. Except the offset will be different. Like this is essentially 16 minus this. And then greater than 0. And then minus 1. And then flip this guy. So that should draw it on the left now. If I didn't mess that up, I think I did. Yeah, I messed it up. Odd. Or no, let's see. X. Because the offset should just be 0 most of the time. Maybe I can't just subtract those. Maybe it is the same thing. It's just like if it doesn't have a top left, then it's plus 8. If it doesn't have a top right, then it's plus 8 again. And yeah, there we go. Oh, this is actually wrong. This should be... Interesting. Yeah, this needs to be like... And sadly, that code's no longer branchless then. But that's fine. Okay, cool. And now to do the bottom detail, which is going to be a bit more difficult. Bottom. So now the range is for X. So we need to change this to Y. And this is X now. So top left would be the top left still. This would be the bottom left. Oh, I didn't center this. Bottom, let's see. All right, I think that worked just right away. That's still wrong. So let's. Hey, how's it going? Actually, was that fine? Let's see. Oh yeah, the range isn't working correctly. Yeah, I guess that case can happen. Range. Oh, I didn't flip these. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, this project right here is just a hobby. I do have a job as a software dev though. I just do game dev stuff on the side for fun. I actually used to work at a AAA company before my current job for a few years. Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot of programming, so I'm also very familiar with the code here in my engine, so it's not too hard. Like some of this code is actually like an unreadable mess because I'm trying to make it as efficient as possible. So like this equation here is normally you do this with branching, with like if conditions, but I don't want to branch in this code because it's going to be running on a lot of blocks. So I think this is actually done now. So now we need to make this tied to whether the block has the detail or not. I forget how I actually check this. It's like in here, I believe. Yeah, here we go. I just learned it from projects mainly, and my job uses C++, so I've been using it like at work for a long time. I don't really use the full like set of C++ though. I kind of use like a subset of it. Like I kind of stay away from a lot of the modern C++ features, mostly because it can just get really confusing really quickly if you're like using a bunch of, I don't know, the crazy C++ features. All right, so let's see. Yeah, so like my job, I do like graphics. So when I worked at a AAA company, I was like doing rendering stuff for the engine. And now I work in a different job now outside of games, but I still do graphics programming. So it's just like a lot of low-level C++ graphics, like rendering stuff. And like my current job, I work with mapping software. So yeah, it's just like rendering stuff in maps. All right, so what was I doing? So in theory, that should make it so I can't see any of this detail stuff anymore. Yeah, so now I want to make it so I can see it. So yeah, I wish I had good advice. I don't know. It's like I have the lame advice of just write more code. But obviously that's not too helpful. Yeah, like I think for C++, kind of like I said, I try and keep it as simple as possible, personally. Some people have like passionate takes on this, but like my C++ code is kind of like C code in a lot of areas, and I just like that because it keeps it simpler to reason about, and then your code is more predictable if it's all the same style. So like I think just like keep your code simple is a good place to start. But then yeah, obviously when you're like programming complicated things, like the code does get complicated. It's impossible to keep code like fully simple. So I don't know, I have bad advice. I think one thing to get good at though is like understanding how the memory works like underneath the language. Because like most of what you do when you program is just like manipulating memory. So like even in the code just above that I was working on, wherever that was, like some of this stuff, like I'm like knotting values, and that's because I know that like, yeah, that too. Yeah, like what he said. Sometimes you just have to take multiple passes at things too, and it's like you don't know what you're doing in the first pass, but you just like write some code and you get something to work, and then once you've already done it once, and then you go back and like improve upon it, it's just easier to write the code because you kind of like know what you're trying to do at that stage. So that's a big thing. But yeah, like I was saying, it's like if you know what the memory's doing, like I found that really helpful once I actually started like working with low level stuff, like moving, I don't know, like C and C++, they have pointers, and pointers are kind of a difficult concept to grasp at the beginning because it's like you have values in memory, but then you also have like access to the memory addresses themselves, and it can get confusing working with both of those. But once you program using like pointers a lot, you kind of just build an intuition for how to use them and how they work. So like I think it's really valuable if you just kind of, I don't know, go in and just mess around and kind of get a feel for it. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if there's any like other advice better than that. It's just you kind of have to program to get good at it. And I'm not gonna claim that I'm like amazing at programming either. Like I'm good at the specific things I do. Like I think I'm good at like graphic stuff, and I'm kind of good with like just general patterns for making games. But like there's a lot of programming stuff I can't do at all. Like I know nothing about like neural networks. I know nothing about like web development. Like I'm horrible at like web development type stuff. I'm actually bad at higher level languages too. Like I write really bad Python code because I like try to treat Python like it's C when it's not, and I end up like writing worse code because of it. Yeah. All right, so I need a new function here too. So what was I doing? Block right. So I need one that's like block right detail or something. Yeah, and also like I do trial and error stuff a lot too. Like I generally have an idea what I'm trying to do when I program, but like once it gets to the nitty-gritty details, like sometimes I just, yeah. like I do just trial and error things a lot. and kind of brute force it. And that leads me astray a lot of times too. Like here, I'm actually not sure how I want to write this code. Let's go back. I just want to make it so when I place a block, it just has all of the detail, little things drawing all the time. So I actually want to change this. Block with detail. What's that? I think if I write with this, yeah, here we go. Try to think of other advice. Yeah, that's a big debate. C or C++. I like both. I think in the ideal world I would use C for this engine, but there are some C++ features I really do like. Like I'm starting to get a soft spot for namespaces. I like templates sometimes with a caveat. But like my code is mostly just C. So I don't know. Like in this code base, I actually don't use anything from the C++ standard library. And I did that actually for compile time reasons, because anytime I include the standard library in a C++ project, it's like my compile times just go from fast to like an incredibly long amount of time. All right. I'm trying to think. So I think if I just go in the generation now, I want to actually generate the dirt to use this detail stuff. So let's go like lost in my code here. Where is, oh, here we go, world. It's like, where do I write grass? Oh, I'm surprised it's even worse. This function shouldn't even work. All right, let's do this. And then, so like if I just randomize these, Yeah, so now some of the grass should just randomly have little detail drawing on it. Interestingly, the bottom thing didn't work. I need to fix that. -1. All right, yeah, so now the grass kind of randomly has little flowers and stuff on it. And that's like attached to the block itself, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think the chat might be delayed, actually. Let me see. How delayed is this chat? There's this stream. I have this annoying problem where like my internet will cut out for a little bit, and then the chat will just, or the stream I think will buffer for a while, and then be like minutes delayed. So we just make sure that's not what's happening. Delete a block. Alright, this actually is fine. But yeah, like I've always been bad at learning programming from like reading. It is kind of just me though too. Everyone has their own learning style. But like by doing this game engine project, like I've learned a ton, because there's just like so much to a game engine. There's a lot of difficult problems to solve too that you don't really think about if you never have to like actually write the code for it. Like yesterday on the live stream, I was starting to work on skeletal animations, so I kind of have I kind of stopped working on that because I got kind of sick of it. Maybe it's hard to see. Oh, 1 sec, let me fix this. I need to set the scale of this to like 16. But yeah, so I was starting to work on 2D skeletal animations because I want to be able to load in. I have these nice little animations for characters here. Like this guy. If I animate it, where's the animation? Yep, I have all these cool character animations. But I have no way of loading them in yet because I don't have that supported in the engine. So I started to work on getting that to work. But I'd never done animations like in 2D before. So I just like didn't even know how to structure the code to do it. Now this crazy thing is, it's actually, there is some order to this madness. So these are bones, and they're currently actually playing a little debug animation where it like rotates around. And then like this bone over here has like a translation to it that's, I guess kind of a second animation playing. But yeah, it was quite the project trying to figure out how like the math for that works and how they should like inherit the rotations and translations. I was kind of beating my head on the wall on that for a while yesterday, and I'm gonna have to resume it soon too. But I'm taking a bit of a break while I work on just some of the world rendering stuff and the world interaction. All right, now I have to clean up that code because this should be ideally its own function. So like, let's see. It's like block draw detail and also needs to take in the description. Yeah, I guess like maybe another thing I can say is like by doing a lot of things, like writing a game engine is kind of it's a crazy project to do because like you don't need to make your own game engine in 2025 to like make a game. So I'm just doing it for fun and to like learn. But there are a lot of like cool patterns you pick up just through like doing game development stuff. That can inspire how you structure other code. So like one of the things that I have in this like block drawing, I guess, file of code here, is I have a block draw description little structure that I pass into this function. And this just like holds a bunch of, I guess, properties for how I want to render blocks. Because you render blocks differently depending on like the context they need to draw in. So like if you're rendering them in the world, the assumption is that they're like aligned on the grid and that they have access to like the world data grid so they can figure out like what blocks are next to them. If you have a block that like kind of cares what its neighbor blocks are, like say you had like a fence post or something, and then if the neighboring block is a fence, you kind of like would connect the fence. So like, anyway, this is kind of similar. This sort of pattern is similar to how like DirectX, the rendering API works. So you like basically fill in this like descriptor struct with a bunch of information. So like maybe I can show that code, like what that actually looks like. Graphics, DirectX 11. Yeah, so like here in DirectX 11 for rendering, this is code to create a vertex buffer. But you basically fill in these buffer description structs and then you pass them to the function. And it uses that to like know what it needs to do. And I kind of like that pattern actually. So I implemented it in this game because it's kind of a neat way to sort of handle having one function but can kind of do different things without having a million different versions of this function parameter. You can just sort of optionally add properties to blocks. So I think that's kind of a powerful little pattern just to solve problems generally. So it's like stuff like that. It's just like, I guess it's just experience you build over time. Like I didn't invent this pattern, of course. But I wouldn't have like known about it if I wasn't exposed to code that actually used it. And it's a really powerful little tool. But yeah, anyway, back to this. So like one of my flags on this block description is whether the block has detail at all. Like should it draw detail? block. I think I have a bug in my lighting code, actually. Might be hard to see, but there's like a dark spot here, and I saw that earlier too. Like that block shouldn't be any darker than anything around it. That's really odd. Oh yeah, like here's another thing I didn't factor in is the color of the block is off. All right, but now I need to actually make the detail system a little more advanced than that, because right now I'm hard coding these sprites. So it like only uses these. But it should be a little more advanced than that. So I have to look at my other code because I forget exactly how I wanted this set up. Let's see. Yeah, so I need like a way of actually defining these things. Yeah, and this is like actually kind of a limitation too, now that I think about it. So like right now I only use 32 bits for this whole structure. And I'm packing a lot of stuff in here. Let's see. Yeah, meaning I can only have 128 of these different like detail groups or something. So I can make this a U8 for now. I actually don't have access to those, do I? I need like a random pool or something implemented. I'm not sure how I want to implement that though. Because essentially what I want to do is I want like an interface or an API for registering blocks. So here's like, let's see what's going on up here. Eventually I'm going to refactor this whole function, because this shouldn't actually be a function. But for now, it's like I want like a it's like you start the detail sort of definition here. So like the sediment roots maybe. So like we're starting the roots detail ID group, which contains like, here's like the right side of the block will have roots, and there'll be like a weight to this as well, because some will be more or less rare than others. And then these probably would inherit as well. So like block detail system, inherit. So like maybe you have a base group. And then like these are just used on the type of block. Like grass will have detail that has roots and plants, whereas like dirt just has roots, or like roots and stones. So like maybe each block gets its own, well I guess it's not by the block technically, because a block can have any detail group on it. It'd be like by the terrain generator or something would decide which detail groups a block has at any given moment. But I'm just like thinking how to do this. So like let's do the block detail. So I'm just gonna start implementing these functions then and see how where that gets us. It's like this would be on the left, the right. Top, bottom. Now I don't actually have enough sprites in here to test this out fully, but so basically I need a concept of a random pool of sprites weighted by some value, and they have a direction component. So let's just do this. Where do I implement these functions? What do you mean by radiation? Like radioactive material, or plants that spread radiatively? Because radiation would be pretty cool. as a radioactive material, where you get poisoned if you get too close. All right, let's see. Where did I use these functions? Oh, right here. You know, actually, I haven't even thought about that yet. That would be cool, though. Yeah, because the whole idea with Vitality is you have like the different eras that you sort of play in, and each era has its own, I guess, gameplay theme. And uranium would fit well in like the industrial era, where you're like mining for like metals and stuff industrially, and you're making crazy machines. All right, let's implement these functions. I think this is all the functions I need. So block, register ID, let's just add this here. Yeah, I do want to have stuff like oil. Like you can like pump oil out of the ground and use it. I think that'd be cool. I was kind of talking yesterday on the live stream about how I want to do the fluid simulation. And one of the reasons I'm procrastinating that is because I just haven't figured out how to do multiple liquids interacting yet. But I really want that because I want to have oil as like a thing you can find in the ground in caves. And then in the later ages, the industrial age, I want one of the gameplay features to be like building an oil drill and like pumping oil. And that'd be kind of cool. Now, it'd be cool if like oil would like float on top of water though. So like that's gonna be in there. I haven't really thought about the whole mining thing yet though, because it's like I don't want the mining to be, I don't know. Like I kind of want to make it a bit different from like Minecraft or Terraria or those games, because like those games you just go in and like mine blocks and you just get, you know, the ore. Which obviously I'm still gonna have because this is a block game. But I think the mining would be, I think there's like a lot more that could be done with mining than just mining blocks and getting the material. I know there's like a lot of Minecraft mods that do a lot of fun stuff with mining. So maybe I could look for inspiration there as well. And sprite weight. Yeah, so I need these functions. And this is wrong. Yeah. It'd be cool if there's like different, I guess like qualities of ore as well. Like I know for certain that there's Minecraft mods that do this because I've watched like playthroughs of people doing it. Like I think like the Terra Firma Craft, if I'm thinking of the right mod, has like a cool sort of ore quality gameplay mechanic to it. And there's like a way for you to go and like find high quality ore. So like the actual distribution of quality, yeah, mining the shiny green rock and then you die of poisoning. Yeah. Die of radiation sickness because you held it in your inventory for too long. But maybe if you get the lead covered backpack, then maybe you can carry around uranium without getting radiation poisoning. That'd be pretty funny. Or if you like drop the items in the town, it becomes like a radioactive like nightmare. They have to evacuate. That could be fun. I actually like that idea. All right, let's implement these functions. I'm getting distracted. Okay, how do I want to do this? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this is actually one of the things you brought up a good point with the Stone Age. So like mining doesn't even make sense in the Stone Age. So that's like one of the things I'm gonna have to figure out how I want to handle. Because like obviously in real life, people weren't like in the ground mining in caves in prehistoric times. I mean, they lived in caves, you know, the stereotypical caveman. But like people back then weren't deep in the caves mining uranium. But the game's gonna have that stuff, so like, I guess I just allow it in the Stone Age. Like maybe you're just a caveman that's walking around with uranium and who knows what. Or like maybe like you just don't have the tools available to actually mine it. But I don't know. I don't want to like limit the player from doing things just because they're like in an early age. Because that could get annoying. Alright, so I need some sort of random pool thing here. How am I going to do this? Alright, I'm going to ignore the inherit function for now. So we need another structure in here somewhere. Where do I even store this as a global block attributes? Oh, that's static. Okay, that's nice. So this is an array of block direction. How many directions do I have? Ooh, this is a... Oh, I didn't realize these were bit fields. How do I handle that? I have 5 directions. And Let me think about this. I need to just implement like a random pool type data structure. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add this into the engine itself. Let's see. I'm just going to create a new module called pool. See, this is the fun thing about making the engine as you make the game. Because once I need something new in the engine, I can just go add it. I need a new fundamental concept to my game engine. A random pool. Which stores a list of things, and then you can just get one randomly based on weights. So, I don't even know what the easiest way of implementing that is. Just like a list where you get the thing that's, I don't even know. How would you implement a random pool? Yeah. I'm trying to think of like, what's the easiest, what's the most fundamental way of implementing this? So I'm going to call this a random pool. Random pool. And public, private, it has a bunch of elements, and then let me think. Each element has like a weight. Like, what does that even mean? It has a weight. It's like each element has a corresponding. So I need like another thing in here actually. I need it's like I need to be able to index them based on their weight. So like if I just generate a random number, I need to be able to index what value is at like that number. And I can think of the naive way to do this. So I'll just do that first, and then if I really need this to be efficient, I'll just do that later. So we need like another struct, which is like the element, which is t, and then float weight, I guess. And then you have a bunch of elements. Yeah, you need like the total weight, and that is like the range for your random number. And then I think to pick the element from that, you just loop through until that cumulative weight exceeds like the random value, and then whatever element you happen to be on that pushed you over the edge, I think is your element. But let's see, so like total weight. And we need to count these as well. So we need an init function, free function, add. So you give it an element, and a weight. And then maybe we like get. We'll just return you an element. Yeah, this is the basic template of my random pool. Yeah, I've definitely written one of these before. It's been a while though. So, alright, so you have, oh, because this is templated, oh, that's annoying. I'm gonna have to do that in the header file. Let's just do it. Let's just write a really straightforward one of these. So like, so I need memory, core memory, and I need random. So we'll assert that we haven't actually initialized this thing yet. I guess I could just piggyback off a list for now, rather than like writing this fully from scratch. Because this is essentially just, it's essentially just a list, right? Interesting. Yeah, like I bet my intuition is wrong, because this is like a statistical thing too. It's like if you have a bunch of things weighted, like if you have 3 elements, each has a weight of 3, then it should be a 1 in 3 chance that you get each one, right? Like that makes sense. Like I've definitely messed this up before. It's like when you like do the item drop thing, like when you're dropping items and you have to like figure out like, oh, you want this thing to drop at a 1 in 10 chance and you want the other thing to drop at 1 in 10. But if you do that like naively, if you have more, like you can have a probability of things dropping that is like statistically impossible because it goes over 100% chance if you like add them all up. So yeah, you have to like weight them instead, which means you don't actually know the true probability. Like I've always been bad at this, but I think this should just work for what I need for now. So I'm just gonna go with it and see what happens. Why isn't this working? Oh yeah. So we like initialize this thing. And then when we add an element, it is simply a matter of adding one of those, and then total weight, the weight, and then getting one is just you like dice roll, like random. Yeah, roll. I'm gonna call it roll. I like that. High plus equals weight. I do both. This project is just a hobby that I'm working on right now. But I used to work at a AAA game company working on the engine and in the graphics part of the engine. And I worked there for over 3 years, and I don't work there anymore. I switched jobs, so I'm no longer in the games industry, but I still work as a software engineer doing computer graphics. So yeah, I do it professionally and I do it for fun. And I actually left games because I was kind of getting, I was losing my passion for making games when I was working at a AAA game company. So it was kind of sad. So I thought, well, maybe I shouldn't work in games if I also want to make games. So that's that's the life story. All right, so random float total weight, and then we loop through these elements. Yeah, so then you have that low, right? So I'll call it low, or like, I don't know, weight, maybe. Yeah, so you know that you're the one that was selected if role is greater than weight but less than oh yeah, it is complicated. I think it's a great idea if you're doing it for like your own sake. Because yeah, that's what I did in this engine. I'm not using the standard at all in this. Like I don't use a single standard include. I use the C runtime library. So I use like a lot of that stuff. But yeah, I don't use any of the C++ like vector and stuff like that. So yeah, like if you're doing it just for yourself and like this is like your code base and you're doing it to learn, I think it's a fine idea. I know if you go online and say that you're doing that, people will be like, it depends on the employer. From my experience, I think you have to be able to explain why you did that if they ask. Like, I did it for a few reasons. And it's like, my reasons aren't that I'm trying to be better than the standard library in terms of like absolute correctness or something. Like my reasons were mainly, I want to reduce the amount of code. Like I want to reduce the complexity of my code base. Yeah, it's like I want to reduce the complexity of my code base. I enjoy writing low-level code. Is like the second reason. 3, it actually makes a huge impact on compile times in C++, because the standard libraries are like, the header files for those are actually huge. Like it's like tens of thousands of lines of code that get added to every translation unit, and like the time actually adds up. And I don't like sitting around waiting for the project to compile every time I touch some like, I don't know, low-level translation unit. So like those are my 3 reasons. And plus, I don't think it's scary writing your own containers. Like you can certainly mess it up, but they're not that complicated. Like a list isn't that complicated of a data structure. So I don't know. I think there's definitely value in knowing how to implement them. That's just my take. I'm biased because I do it. Yeah, so we need the weight. Yeah, so we need low and high. I like that. I'm probably just going to take your code, actually. Because low is like the last iteration, and high is like the current iteration. So for every element in elements, high, I not meant to write height. Yeah. Yeah, you're coded exactly what I was gonna do. All right. Yeah, element.weight if element dot or it's like if yeah, the roll is greater than low and else low equals high. So I guess I don't even need high as a, this could be like here. Well, the reason it's huge is because, I mean, let's just look at what's in vector. Like, yeah, see, let's like look at this file. It's actually not too bad, 4,000 lines. A lot of this is like recursive headers though. Like you have a lot of stuff in here. But like what is their actual vector? Like if I just include, like if I just use one of these things, like a vector, I don't even remember, is it capitalized? Yeah, here we go. So like theirs is massive because they have like custom allocators. You have the type of thing. You have a custom allocator you can use. So like all of their code has to be templated to accept custom allocators, because you might not want to use like the default allocator. You might want to instead have the vector allocate into like a block of memory that you've already created. So like the standard vector implementation is just general purpose. Okay, I guess like to boil it down, the reason it's big is because it's meant to be like as general purpose as possible to work with the hundreds of different ways you could want to use a vector like thing. Which is great if you're just writing like a standard vector class, which can be used anywhere. It just has it all. But like in a game engine that you're writing, typically you know exactly like what you're gonna use a vector for. Like in my game engine, I just use a vector to store a list of elements like contiguously in memory, and sometimes I want to loop over them. So like I don't have a custom allocator like template on my vector because like if I need a different type of vector that allocates differently, I can just like make a different one specifically for the problem. But yeah, this is like something you kind of you like pay the cost of this. And when I say cost, I'm not saying like runtime like efficiency cost, because like this like standard vector is obviously it compiles down to be really fast, so it's not that cost, but it's like the code complexity cost, and like the compile time cost really adds up. Like what is an X polymorphic allocator? Like what is this? I don't know, but we have it. It's like you now have this X polymorphic allocator in here. Like, what does that even mean? A polymorphic allocator? Like, is that an allocator that can allocate like subclasses of things in a polymorphic way? I don't even know. It's like they have a polymorphic allocator because C++ allows for multiple inheritance, which makes the allocation of things complicated because it can be like two different things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't need a source file for this, do I? This cannot be constant. Okay, I think this is actually implemented. I could probably test it out. Total weight, elements. But yeah, like if we look at my little vector, I call it list because that's what it is. The whole file is 400 lines, and half of this is white space and like function, you know, definitions and stuff. But like, what can my vector do? It's like it has. So I do support the constructor resource allocation, you know, paradigm that C++ likes. But I also support not having that as like a compile time, like a define. Like if I don't want things to just be allocating behind my back, I can turn that off. But it's like, what can a vector do for me? Like I initialize it. But like, here you go. I add elements to a vector. I might want to insert elements at a given position in the vector. I might want to replace an element with something else. Obviously remove them. Maybe I want to remove and I don't care about the order anymore. So there's like a more efficient way to remove where you swap elements rather than shifting them. And then this is just like getting an element, getting the front of it, getting the back of the vector, checking if it contains an element. Some little functions to get like the size of like the memory. And then I have my iterators here to iterate over them, which is just syntax sugar. It's nice because I'm using it here. Like that just basically allows you to do this little colon thing. But yeah, like what fundamentally is on the vector? Like it's just like, what data does it have? It just has like a pointer to a block of memory of a given type. It has like the current like size of the allocated block of memory that I call that capacity. And then current is just the index to insert like the next element. So that's like how many elements do you have currently allocated basically. And like, that's all it is. It doesn't have to be anything more than that. All right, so let's test this out. I'm just gonna make sure this actually works. Let's see if this works in a statistically true way. So if we just create a random pool of integers, and we initialize it, and let's add value. We'll get 0 3 times, give it a weight of 3, and then we'll add 1 7 times. So like we should get 0 3 out of 7 times is the goal here. So now if we just loop over this like a million times, so num, oops. All right, so that will count, and then our ratio between those should be, I guess, 30%. So like so let's print this. How many times did we get the value 0 divided by a million times 100 to get it as a percent? And I have an error. Why? Oh, it's because I didn't delete the, I just have a vector up here. And, oh yeah, I have broken code still. What function is this in? Blocks. Should make sure this code is actually error-free. Make sure it compiles. That's what's annoying about writing half working code. I like broke it. Where's this error? What file? Oh yeah. Well, I'm just gonna comment this stuff out for now, because I'm not done with this. All right. Type element doesn't know what that is. Man, I really did mess this up, didn't I? This is a error nightmare. Return of object type Boolean. This does not have a Boolean. Oh, it's just void. Okay, I guess so. Yeah, I guess that can't fail, can it? If it does, it's a critical error. Does not return a value. Why would it? Memory leak. All right, so I did get it 30% of the time. I don't know why I crashed though. Oh no, that wasn't a crash. All right, never mind. I think that's fine. All right, based on this, I got that thing 30% of the time. So that's what I wanted. So now I can just use this random pool thing wherever I want. So let's fix this code. I'm gonna be right back though. 1 second. I'm gonna go get something to drink. All right, I am back. Okay, so I have to fix this stuff. What is CW? Am I using this anywhere? Oh, I am. I am not. Color weight. Let's delete this. Hey, how's it going? I'm working on rendering blocks. Well, I'm working on rendering the little detail stuff that draws on top of blocks. It's like these little roots and flowers and stuff. And I just added a random pool little class to this engine so that I can randomize the detail on the blocks based on various weights. So I'm going to rename this though, block detail group. I'm just going to call this a detail group because there's no reason for it to be a separate thing. And then I need to restructure a bit of this file because I was getting a compilation error because of some constants, which should ideally actually be at the top of the file. Kind of all of this stuff should be up there, to be honest. Like, it's weird that the system stuff is right there. Move that to the bottom. Yeah, I can, I'll show you in a second. So it's like, it's kind of both. So it's general purpose in that I want to use it for multiple projects. So like, if you see, oh, I was running with the address sanitizer, that's funny. So yeah, I'm compiling it with this game right now. So it's like this project. But I can run other projects too. So like I have a few other just random things in here. Like I have a little 3D voxel project as well. So like this is just a separate game, I guess you could say it. This isn't actually a game, this is just a little rendering tech demo thing I did while I was working on the graphics API stuff. And I just wanted to make a little voxel thing with shadows because I thought it'd be fun. So it's like general purpose in that I can reuse it for multiple games. But I'm not going to make it, I have no intentions to make it like a public, yeah, so this, yeah, what you're seeing now, this block stuff, this is like part of the game. So like this wouldn't get compiled into the engine. Yeah, so I can kind of show how this separation actually happens really briefly. So like I have this source, my cat is like jumping up on the background all crazy. Yeah, so I have this on the left side. I can make this a bit bigger. So basically like I'm in the root like workspace for just like the engine right now. So like all the source code for the engine stuff is in here in the source directory. Yeah. Yeah, so like, and there's different stages to this. So I have like the Manta here is actually like the game engine library that's used by like the game itself. So I have all the random stuff in here like, I don't know, like the console and like color and audio and input and like all the stuff you'd use just sort of general purpose, like in a generalized way between multiple games. Like you just sort of need all these fundamental things. And the engine handles all the stuff like creating the window and doing the graphics, like the actual communication with the graphics APIs and audio as well. So like that's all at the engine level. And then the game is like a separate directory basically. So like I have Vitality here is the current game I'm working on. And it has its own sort of, you know, structure. And the runtime is just like what I call the game itself. And I have this distinction because there's also a build tool that actually like builds the game and compiles it. So the engine had like a build stage here. So this is like when I press run and you see this stuff over here, like this like build output stuff, like gathering assets and like checking the cache and like compiling code. This is like the build tool that runs here, this build.exe thing. So that runs and actually compiles the game. And then once that's ready, the game executable is like ready to run. And they're two different code bases. There is some common code as well, like shared between those two. And I call that core, or like maybe I should rename it to common, I don't know. But that just has like some fundamental stuff like, this would be like the standard library of C++. This is like my implementation of it. So I have like the list in here and like a hash map and factory. Just some other random stuff that's sort of just general purpose. So yeah, like, and I didn't actually initially design it this way. So I have this project over here in a separate window. I think I can't actually compile this right now, but I have a version of it compiled. So I'll just show you some like context of what I'm actually doing. So this code base was what I was working on about 2 years ago. So this is also a game engine, but this game engine was like the game. And it's actually this game that I'm remaking right now. So I can run this. I have a version of it that runs. So you can see it's the same game basically, just in the other code base. And I'm currently just working on re-implementing this, and then I'm gonna continue to develop it into a game, of course. So like this is like a bit further along than what I'm working on right now, because like I can actually like get blocks and stuff. There's like an inventory. But the difference with this code base, let's make sure I'm on the right one. So this code base was the game engine, so I didn't have like a separation. Which is like, it's actually arguably fine to do that depending on like what your goals are. Like what I'll say is that the company I work for, working on a AAA game, their engine was their game, and then every release cycle they would just sort of just modify the game portion of it and keep the core engine, because like they weren't using like a general purpose engine. They're like their only product was their game, so they just implemented the engine as part of the game. So that's what I was thinking with this. So like I just have like all my engine code like in this project. But then I got really annoyed that every time I would like, I don't know, like I wanted to like just test an idea, but I didn't want to like do it in my main code base. It was just hard to reuse this stuff because like in order to make a simple small little test project, I would have to like copy over like a ton of boilerplate code just to get like a window to render. So I thought, well, maybe I should just like do the split properly. So then I went on like a 1-year diversion working on the engine. And now I'm getting back to actually working on games. So yeah, that's basically the story there. And then, yeah, sorry, I won't ignore the question. Let's see, there's another question in here. Yeah, how long have I been programming in C++? So I've been using C++ for like 4.5, 5 years, I would say. It was kind of a gradual ramp up too, because I don't know, like I've written C++ code for a lot longer than that, but it's like I didn't actually use it for anything significant until about 4.5, 5 years ago. And I didn't really use any books or anything to learn it. I just kind of like wrote code. And I already kind of knew the fundamentals of programming from before that because I had used other languages. So I didn't start programming when I started C++. I just sort of adopted C++. So I kind of just like, I don't know. It's why it's hard to give advice, because like I started programming when I was pretty young. But I started with the Game Maker engine with its scripting language. So I kind of like learned to program using Game Maker's GML language. And then I did some Java stuff for a while after that. And now I do C++. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't really use any books or anything to learn programming itself. But yeah, so back to the blocks. Engine. I have to turn this off as well. My cat has decided to join me. Okay, so back to the blocks. Random pool. Okay, goodbye, kitty. Where are these functions? So I'm going to move all of this stuff to the bottom of the file, because that's actually a better spot for it, I think. Yeah, yeah, it's hard to say, because I think I got really lucky getting into the job I got into. Yeah, because so I graduated from university in basically the middle of 2021, so spring of 2021. So yeah, only like 4 years ago. And then I was able to get a job in games doing graphics, like right out of college. And funnily enough, it was actually the first job I applied to. But what I think really helped me in that is that the company I was applying to was in the same, like, it was local to where I already was and where I went to school. And I don't really live in a tech area, generally speaking. So the fact that I was already there and like I had already done a bunch of sort of game development stuff, just, I don't know, like on the side. So I had a lot of projects to talk about. I think that helped me get in that position. And then it's easier to get a job once you already have a job, I think. Because, yeah, once you have experience, then, like, I don't know, it's easier to transfer jobs if you have, like, actual experience to talk about. So I feel like I just got lucky with my situation. And the timing was good, too, with, you know, the pandemic. They were kind of, companies were on a hiring spree. And that stopped after I was hired. So I'm not really sure how it is nowadays. I did switch jobs earlier, well, I guess middle of last year. And I didn't find it too difficult to switch either. But again, I don't know. But yeah, I think it is hard. It's hard to get into games because like a lot of people want like to get into games, right? Because people like playing games. So like of the computer science related like career paths, I think game development has like one of the harder barriers to entry. Just because there's so many people that like aspire to get into game development. But I do think if you're doing graphics and low level stuff, it's a bit easier because like, especially if you're doing graphics, I think just because there are fewer graphics engineers out there than there are like gameplay engineers or, I don't know, like UI engineers, or just general purpose. Because graphics is kind of like a niche, skill to have. And like a lot of people nowadays, they use custom, or they use like the open source game engines, like Unreal or Unity, and they never like get experience doing the low level graphics stuff. So they might be like, you might be a really good game developer because like you use these engines. Obviously you can make really great things with them. But if you're looking specifically for jobs being an engine programmer, if you don't have experience doing low-level engine programming, then the people interviewing you are probably less likely to, I don't know, take you seriously. So that's why I like we were talking earlier with implementing your own like standard like library containers and stuff. Like that's good experience to have because a lot of people just simply don't do it. But if you do it, you like learn stuff that you otherwise wouldn't. And I think that's like a net positive, just like, I don't know, for your like confidence in talking about programming. Like if you just like know how these things work because you've done it, then I think that, I don't know, it's valuable in that sense. So, all right, so block, group, or detail group, sediment, roots. I know I'm just kind of rambling a little bit, but okay, let's see. Also, one thing I'll say, and I don't mean to like, I don't want to discourage you or anybody listening, but at least from my experience of working at a AAA company, like as games, like professionally, the work is a lot less fun than it is just doing it as a hobby. Because at least in my situation, I was doing interesting work, but like I was hired as a graphics engineer. So that meant that like the scope of my work never left the small silo that is like graphics. And there was some overlap with like other engine systems that sort of are tangentially related to graphics. But like I was very specifically doing just like graphic stuff only. Which I guess if that's what you're passionate about, then that would probably work well for you. But like I like doing game development in general. Like so like I like doing all the stuff. Like I like graphics and it's fun, but like I can only do so much graphics. So like that's another reason I wasn't very happy at my last job. And like the actual work sometimes of doing like various graphic stuff is not very glamorous. It's like a lot of it's just like debugging code that doesn't really make much sense because it was like written in some really terse way. And then you're like using tools that aren't, I don't know, very well documented. Or like you're using in-house tools that just have some legacy with the company that you're hired on. Thankfully not. No. I guess it's fine for me to say. So I worked at Activision on Call of Duty. And so I will say, and I'm not saying this just because I'm trying to like kiss up or anything, but I think actually working at like Activision was a good experience, and like I was treated really well. There's a lot of like horror stories out there of game development being like this horrible experience where you're overworked to death. I didn't experience that personally. Like I thought my quality of life was fine, and like I didn't feel like overworked or anything, and there wasn't any crazy hours. So, and I didn't see that anywhere else in the studio I worked at either, so maybe I got lucky there. But my issue fundamentally was just in like the type of work I was supposed to be doing. Just wasn't really exciting for me. So I don't know. And like that's kind of true with my current job too, where like I'm not working on anything like super glamorous right now either. But at least like with my current job, there's kind of a disconnect between what I want to do and like what I'm doing at work. Whereas like when I was doing games, I was just like, I just lost my motivation to do games in general because I like wasn't having much fun with it. All right. But yeah, that could just entirely be my like personality too. So I don't know. I personally, I think I benefit from having the disconnect between like what I'm actually doing as a job and what I'm doing for fun. Because if there's too much overlap, then it's like, well, this isn't really fun anymore. It's just like, it just becomes work. So I don't know. That's why I'm kind of afraid to do like indie game development in any serious sense. Because like, I just like tinkering around with stuff. I think once it comes, like if I'm actually going to finish this game, which I mean, maybe I will, I don't know. There's like a whole other side of that where it's like, okay, now you have to worry about marketing and you have to worry about like the legality stuff and I don't know. That's maybe a different topic, but all right, let's see. So I need to actually initialize these. I'm gonna grind this out for a second because I'm over here like dilly-dallying around. This isn't that complicated. I just need to actually like write some code. Where's that detail thing? Block, detail. Here it is. So I have a random pool of sprites, which are U32s. So in this code, like you have left, yeah, I don't know what he's doing. I've like, I have like the craziest cat I've ever had. So like I like grew up with lots of cats around. And I live on my own now, and I have just one cat. And he's like, he's 3 years old, but he is like the craziest cat. I don't know how else to describe it other than I swear he has like some wild genes in him or something. Because like most cats, you know, they have their little crazy little phases where they'll, you know, be hyper for a while. But my cat just doesn't stop. It's just constant all day. So I don't know what's up with that. Let's see. On, I guess, is another one. Okay, so that's that. So now I have to just initialize these. I'll just add a flag on here to make sure it's not. Already initialized. All right. So now when we add detail, it's just a matter of, it's like a switch statement basically. Switch the direction and maybe we'll add a little assertion here as well, just to make sure that this is valid. Okay. And then inheriting these is just a matter of looping through and calling add, I guess. So let's make sure this is initialized. And then let's make sure both are initialized. See, this is another situation where maybe the little custom allocator isn't enough. Maybe this thing is just public. Why not? I love having a little getter in there. And I say that sarcastically. So for each category, this is such a crazy line of C++ code right there. Elements, let's go at left. And for each element in we just call add. Actually, we can just add them directly like this. That is a crazy line of code, but it'll work. And it all compiles. All right, so let's actually test this now. So we need to do one more thing with the block data. Well, first let me just make a group, which I already have, sediment roots. I guess there is one edge case where, like, what if you try to get an element from the pool, but the pool is empty? That might be an error. So I'm gonna have to add a case for that. I'm just going to change this to return true if it succeeded. And then should never fail, but it might. Yeah, so this will basically allow me to see if this actually has anything in it before proceeding with the function, which will be useful because you might not always have detail on every direction of the block based on the group. So let's see. Block place. So let's just assign this. The blocks that you place will be this specific group. I'm going to rename this to be detail group as well. Oops. So this will block sediment roots. So that should work. And I think last I'm going to let's see, let's go back in here and turn off this. Okay, still compiles. And now we can finally add it to the drawing logic. So now it's just a matter of getting this. So sprite is that. So if I need to get the attributes now, or no, block dot data block. What a crazy function. And I can reuse this as well. So like sprite. Put that there, I guess. So that kills two birds with one stone, because not only does it return me a random sprite from the pool, but it also will prevent any of this from running if there's nothing to draw. And I'm going to add another detail type just so I can test. So we need another one of these, because right now I don't have another one. So let's go. Let's add a few assets. Sprites, default. Yeah, so we have some mushrooms we can use. Let's get some mushrooms in here. We also have some rocks. So we want some rocks, of course. And we want some branches. Yeah. All right, that's enough. It's impossible to see what I need and what I don't. Okay, so flowers. How many rocks are there? 5. And roughly how big is this? So they're like 4 pixels in or something. And mushrooms. So we need some mushrooms. And there are 4 of these. Oh, I didn't change this. Rocks, mushrooms, and branches. And we have 6 of these. Those are like 8. And then we'll see if this works on the first try. And by first try, I mean we've already done a lot of this. So add, I know this is called roots, but we're just gonna add all of them. So if I add the branches to the top, in theory, it's a 50-50 chance whether the block has a flower or a branch. And right now it seems to be only flowers. What's happening? Do I still have the sprite equals in here? Yeah, I do. All right, I'm overriding the sprite. Try again. All right, I think it's working. It's randomized based on the position right now, so that's maybe not ideal, but it's like, seems like 50-50 chance whether it has roots or a flower or the branch. All right, now let's add a third one. Well, let's add all of them. Let's see. So we had mushrooms as well. And we had rocks. All right, sweet. I see mushrooms, I see rocks, I see branches. And let's add the other detail groups in here. Test the inheriting thing too. So let's have one that's yeah, just roots, and then we have plants. And it will basically inherit from the roots. So it should get all of its detail. And then in addition to what's on there, we'll have the mushrooms and the flowers. And the roots will just have roots and maybe branches for now. So yeah, so roots, plants. And then if we change to use the plants, we should see, well, we should see branches, but we don't. So that's interesting. So why not? What was added here? Top. Oh, this should be the current, this one. Yeah, there we go. I see some branches now. Let's get like a big one. Yeah, here's a big one. Now I'll need to like layer another system on top of this that randomizes basically which detail gets added when a block is created, like spawned in. Because right now it's like any block can have any detail group on it, and it's just like, all right, it'll just roll with it. But like glass would obviously never have roots growing out of it. So I'll need to think about how I want to structure that. But the reason I have this sort of like modular system is that I want to be able to have the detail layer be something that's like interacted with. So like if you swing your pickaxe at the block that has like roots on the side, maybe the roots will like fall off or something. Or maybe they'll like grow over time. Or just something like that, I don't know. I'm gonna add an inheriting weight as well. So like maybe I want to weight this. Like maybe you want some of the detail, but not at the same like relative weight as everything else. Let's see. Or maybe I should have the inherit work based on direction too, but I don't know, maybe that's thinking too deeply into it. So let me get the rest of the detail sprites in here because these are useful. So we have roots, rocks. These are rocks on the inside. Oh, I didn't do the inside detail either. I need to get that in too. I like started to do that. So branches, side branches, yeah, we need these for the tree. What's going on? There's some ant mounds, which is fun. These are all like placeholder art too. Yeah, bones, these are fun. Like the kind of idea is that each biome would have its own sort of profile of detail. So I'm still not sure how that's going to work exactly. So 3 and bones are, how many pixels wide are these roughly? 6 pixels, 8 maybe. I'm just gonna say 6. What else do we have? Branches, flowers, moss, mushrooms, rocks. Mushrooms, moss. Yeah, we'll do moss. These should be. All right, I'm happy with that overall. trying to think how I want this to actually like work though with the terrain generation. I didn't get that far in my thinking. Because like the detail a block has is dependent on the context a little bit. It'd be cool if I could sort of like dynamically layer them rather than having these like baked in things. Like if maybe the the chunk or something knew like, I don't know, not really sure. If it's a problem later, I'll fix it. Look how cool the stained glass looks though. Stained glass with a broken rendering and grass growing off of it. You know, like it's kind of the thing like when I generate a tree, like in the world, I would want to add like leaf detail to the surrounding blocks. So like, it's as if blocks should have multiple detail layers or something that can be applied to it, rather than having like a single ID. I don't know. That could be something I store on the chunk as well. Like maybe chunks just kind of have like their own set of detail permutations or something. And then when I render, it's just a matter of like looking it up in the chunk table rather than like some global thing. Which could definitely be an option. I think I'm going to do that actually, now that I think about it some more. One thing I also want to play with is tinting the blocks, like the dirt. Like if I tint the dirt based on like the biome or something. Because right now all the dirt just looks exactly the same. But it'd be cool if the dirt actually like kind of tinted itself relative to like some noise value or something. Just kind of playing the game as I'm thinking. Just trying to like make sure my design is kind of future-proof enough with the detail. And the stained glass is fun. Lighting looks kind of weird when there's like ambient light though. It's like, I don't know if that green should actually be overpowering the background like that. This could be the glowing green uranium glass that you get in the Stone Age, and you end up irradiating the whole town. Okay, I'm gonna implement the detail system as a chunk property because I think that's how I want to do it. Rather than having these detail groups like be some global thing, these will instead just be a set of how to construct them on a chunk level. So I can still use this, but I'm gonna change it a little bit. Because I can just imagine a situation where I have more permutations of like detail groups that I want to be layered on a block than there are like available, then I have like bits available to represent that on a per block basis. Because like right now I can only have 128 of these. But I can imagine that like the permutation table of like how many of these I might want layered on each other to be greater than that. If that makes any sense. So then the question is like, how do I actually represent that as an ID that can be indexed efficiently? That I'm not sure. Let me see if there's any way I can like add more bytes to this as well. How many bytes do I actually have here? So 7 plus 5, 12 bytes. Meaning, what's 2 to the 12? Is that greater than 2 to the 12? Is 4096, which is actually really good news. Or is that good news? Because what I'm thinking of doing is like having a sort of indirection layer for this, where not every block has detail on it, and that's like something that I know is true. So like right now, every single block just sort of carries this 12-byte payload, which denotes like what detail group it has, and then whether it has that detail on all like 4 directions. And my chunk size is 32 by 32 blocks, and then I have 3 block layers. So that's 1024 times 3, so 3072 possible like blocks in a chunk, meaning I have enough bytes here, 12 bytes, which represents 4096. So like, rather than storing this here, I could in theory just store like a detail index that is 12 bytes. And then each block can have its own unique index into some other table that then contains additional information, like which detail groups does that block have on it at any given time. And then that table could be dynamic in terms of its memory allocation, because most blocks won't have data, but some might have data and some might have like a complex number. And that's maybe fine. This just tells the renderer where to look to get that information. Though I'm not sure if I like that though, because then it's hard to predict like the actual memory cost of the world, because each chunk could in theory be like a wide range of different sizes in terms of memory footprint. So generally I don't like that, but maybe that's fine. Or maybe this just isn't an issue, I don't know. I guess for now I'll keep it like this, but it's definitely something I could do instead. But yeah, I think I'm probably gonna cut the stream here. I am getting hungry and it's dinner time, and I've been thinking about blocks for too long. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. I'll probably stream again soon. Again, I don't know how interesting this is, but it's fun. It keeps me focused, so that's what's good about it. So yeah, see you guys.